Ted, you're right, mate. Just finish off that salmon, mate. Lovely sunny Norfolk. Well, very, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Marham. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Rolling. And we're back to this particular location. Hope we're all good and well. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we've got F-35Bs taxiing for runway 23. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And welcome to Norfolk. Welcome to RAF Marham, a station that was built as a Royal Flying Corps station all the way back in the summer of 1916. So has roots dating back to the Royal Flying Corps. It is home to the F-35B, which we'll be seeing very, very shortly. They are taxiing now as we speak. The traffic noise behind us should start to deplete a little bit later on. Welcome to the show. Welcome to RAF Marham. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the chill out zone. Mind you, that's all credited to Mildenhall, that one. We do love that. We need to get back there soon, which we will do. So I hope you're all good and well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. My name's Nikos. I'll be commentating throughout and filming throughout the day. And we'll see how today goes, because it can be very quiet. It can be extremely quiet here at Marham, but it could also be quite busy as well. So we'll see what we're going to get. So we've got at least one F-35. It could be a flight of two. We'll see. And welcome to the show. Welcome to runway 23, end of things. Marham selected with Sculthorpe and Lakenheath to be a VHB, a very heavy bomber base. Which gave way to its larger runways. There are two runway strips here at Marham. We've got runway 01 and 19 and 05 and 23. Runway 23 in use today. That's all governed by the wind. Wind direction governs. Aircraft will take off and land into the wind. Oh, hello, that's a bit loud. Goodness me. Very, very shortly we'll be seeing F-35Bs. These are the ones that hover. The Stovall variant, as it's called. It's the only variant that hovers. It's the F-35B. with its wonderful technology, which I'll be going through a little bit later on. There are 3 squadrons that operate the F-35B. We have 207 Squadron, that's like 29 Squadron. They are an OCU for the F-35B. 5th gen starts with them. So when a pilot is streamed to Fast Jet and they are streamed to the F-35B, once completing their advanced flying training at RAF Valley, for example, on the Hawk T2, if it's F-35B, they will come here. This is for both RAF and Royal Navy pilots. They will come here, so they will train both Royal Air Force and Royal Navy pilots on the F-35B. We also have a frontline, the only frontline squadron of the Royal Air Force. That's 617 Dambusters Squadron, who we gave credits to yesterday through their time at Coningsby as well. And we've also got a frontline Royal Naval Air Squadron, a Naval Air Squadron 809 Immortal. They're here as well. They stood up in December 2023 and carried out their first sortie in January of 2024. So they are the new kids on the block. So we've got a mixture of Royal Navy and Royal Air Force. Also, for those on the ground there now, per ardua, we've also got 2620 Royal Auxiliary Air Force RAF Regiment and number 15 Royal Air Force Regiment as well. Okay, our first sights of the F-35B, here we go. It is from what I can see, a flight of 2. Let me just get in a better position. Sorry about this. It's a bit daring here. could do there. Well, I certainly tracked it from the very beginning. It's always good fun to try. When you're going to zoom in that much, goodness me, and when you're sort of carrying out Pilates on the van, that could be quite interesting. But there we go, some lovely vapes there and some ribbons for all of us to enjoy. Wow, that was cool. That I did enjoy that. So there's our first two F-35Bs departing. That was a beautiful start, wasn't it? That was lovely. I hope you enjoyed that. I will try little shots like that. You know, it does help if you've done photography and go on to videography, because you can kind of like get into that zone of framing the shots and, you know, just doing. I did something a little bit different now. I was caught in two minds. Normally I'll zoom in on the first departure and let it go and then we'll miss it, but I thought, well, let's get a 2-in-1 shot. I do like the 2-in-1 shot, so basically I had both in the frame. It's always good to experiment, have a little play. You know, there are loads of, well, there's infinite amount of ways you can do things, but I thought I'd give that one a risk and just keep going with that. Welcome to the show again. Welcome to Norfolk. It is a lovely, lovely place to be right now. Like always, big shout out to everyone on station here at RAF Marham doing what they do, and it's such a pleasure to be here. It is the only aircraft here, unlike Coningsby, that has the BBMF as well. And technically, if you want to put it that way, technically there are two types of Typhoons at Coningsby. There's the FGR4 and the T3. The T3 being the two-seater. So if you want to put it like that, there are actually two types of Foons there. Welcome, but here there is only one type of F-35B. That is it. It is a single seat, and it's a great start to the morning. And I hope you're all feeling well. And let's see what we're going to get. You know, I'm really looking forward to doing a lot more here, and potentially seeing visiting aircraft using runway 23, because we are right here. Obviously with a safe distance from the approach. We haven't, obviously be mindful if you are coming here as well. The usual, don't block crash gates, even though there isn't one here, but there are entrance and exit routes for the farmers here, so please don't block those. We've left plenty of room for the farmer, and we're at a safe distance away from the approach, so I'm happy about that. We don't recommend to stand directly underneath the approach. Obviously you can't help it when you're driving along the chalk lane, which is where we're at. We will go back to our original spot. I say original spot, this was technically our original spot back in the days, but you know the bit I mean. Halfway down in the middle. We will go back one day, but at the moment I think the general general consensus is that you all love this spot as well, and it is good. You do get to see the business end of things on the F-35, definitely. This is the B variant, really interesting. I was having a little look at the engines, the way they put together that huge turbofan, and you'll be many of you may not know, when they're making the engine, they actually stack it. It's actually stacked up vertically when they actually build the thing, and it is precise to half the width of a human hair. That's how precise it is. No more than that. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Now then, hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. There could be some more F-35s. I think I can hear another one. I'm not really sure. But there's the runway caravan there. Hope they're all good and well. Pappy lights on for runway 23. Do you know, I haven't seen the Marham Aviation Club. Marham's sort of private planes. Was it the Fournier? I can't remember which one it was now. It's been a long time. It's been a while. I haven't seen any of those Pipers. Do you know the ones I mean? It's like Bry's has its own private club. I haven't seen the ones here, unless they've finished, I don't know. Unless they've gone to Bry's or somewhere else. But yeah, I might, I was hoping it was going to do a bit more BFM there. Some cool fighter manoeuvres. So, well, welcome, and yeah, look at the lovely farmlands that we got there, the agriculture going on here, and just something that I've been brought up with, this kind of thing. You know, in Cyprus with my family, they were growing mainly potatoes and watermelons, cucumbers, that kind of thing, but it was mainly the potato business that they had. And you'll hear a lot of this sort of wives' tale, I don't know what to call it, but have you ever heard people say you shouldn't water plants or water anything in the sun? No, because otherwise this wouldn't happen. Yeah, they're clearly watering their crops in the sun. It doesn't do anything wrong. In fact, watering plants straight onto the leaves actually helps get rid of any bugs, any dust off the leaves. It actually helps. There's this myth that it burns the leaves. I have never seen that in my life. So you can go ahead and water. The only thing that you may realise is that the water may evaporate quickly, but it's certainly safe to water your plants in the sun. They always say don't water them in the sun because it burns them. I, for one, have been raised in the farming industry since I was a kid, and you can clearly see they're watering the plants and the crops in the sun, and it has no effect. So there you go. So there's the myth. Ted Coningsby channel myth busting right there. Actually helps get rid of dust, debris, bugs when you water the plants straight onto the leaves as well. I get it, but there you go. I don't know if I've got Marham tinnitus or Pratt & Whitney tinnitus, but I thought I can hear something. Oh gosh. I'm not doing very well with the tripod today. I keep bashing into it. Come on. What's going on? Sorry about this. There we go. It should be alright. Yes, so due to the football later on, we will be finishing before the football. By the way, just for your interest, don't worry, it won't roll over to the football because I know it's a big match for England. Got a feeling I can hear the whistling Pratt & Whitney F135 PW 600 variant. Dee-dee-dee. How's everyone doing? Don't forget to don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's get this stream out there. Let's go for it today. Let's give us a good boost. Give us a thumbs up. Oh, hello. Sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, do give us a thumbs up. It does help. We always say that. You always wonder why YouTubers always say please hit the like. It doesn't, you know, it has one major advantage, and that is if all our subscribers are hitting the like button, then the algorithm starts to get a bit excited, because if our subscribers that are tuned in are liking it, then it's obviously something good for other people as well. That's why it does help. It really does. It gets it promoted and recommended, hopefully, on YouTube Home, or for those that are interested in military aviation or aviation in general that have never come across our channel. It help give it a little bit of a boost in exposure, so it does really help giving us a thumbs up. And of course, do join us, do give us a subscribe if you love military aviation. Come and join us. I think I've worked out where I'm going Friday, and I can confirm it is not tinnitus, it is another F-35B. Yeah, definitely, that is getting closer. So, lovely start to the morning. There have been many legendary aircraft, and one that has really, really connected. Actually, there's a few, but in fact, I'm going to name them. there's three, I would say three, apart from the F-35B right now, but in the history of Marham, there are three main aircraft that have really made it an icon. And let's go back to the Mosquito. It played a major part, the Mosquito, here at Marham. 139 and 105, 115 squadrons here. Absolutely, really, the Mosquito, the legend, the wooden wonder, the flying tree, did that. But there's one that had over 50 years, and that is, it's got to go with 52. Morning, buddy! And that is the English Electric Canberra, the very aircraft that replaced, yes, the English Electric Canberra was the idea to replace the Mosquito. And it had over 50 years service here. So for me, that is probably the most legacy aircraft of Marham. And then of course, the iconic low-level ground attack, the Tornado, which played a major part in the Libyan raids, Operation Elemi and Gulf War. The Tornado, ladies, gents and teddy bears, those three had a strong and have a strong historical connection. So speaking of history and heritage, don't forget, today I believe it's open, Marham's Aviation Heritage Centre. Go check it out, wonderful volunteers there. And they are open on the I think it's the last Saturday of every month. They have a sort of like an open day, but don't take my word for it, do check online, because there could be a particular day that it's closed, so I don't want you to go there and it's closed. Do check out the wonderful volunteers there. Look at this. So another flight of two, by the looks of it. Tell you what, this is a good spot for short takeoffs. One day we'll see one live. wonderful. That's 4 for the score. Start to the morning here at Marham with 4 F-35s. So I hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope you're all good and well. I hope you love the love this spot. It's pretty good. Welcome to the show, Jojo Illett, Charlie Bravo, Brian Billman, oi to you, Joshua Brown, Chris Bloxham, Alan Burden, Davey, RSVP, Fritz, Blocks, Captain A. Welcome to the show, Dieter. Boss Colombo, oi to you. Welcome to the show. Ah, really?
Not all.
Ah.
He said, I asked the squad here, and he said he thinks he's home half 8, 9 o'clock, but there was nobody there.
Oh no, I'll never mind.
Back in a bit.
Yeah, I mean they'll be out for a good hour or something, won't they?
Yeah, I'll go back in a bit.
Was that the one in Marham?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it still there? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still there.
That's interesting. Normally, every time I've gone, it's there and open. See people go in and out. Ah, maybe for lunch or something. No one.
I was getting some queer looks. Just stuffed all that.
Oh dear. Alex Raven, oi, Chris Baxter, oi to you. How's it going? The F-35B actually has a better thrust to weight ratio than the other 3 variants. It is below 1:1, but it does have a better thrust to weight ratio. Give you all the details a little bit later on. And yeah, short takeoffs are really good to see. So again, one of the biggest questions I get asked: does it do a vertical takeoff? It can, but it doesn't. It doesn't need to, because of the amount of payload that it can take. It would actually be more economical just to do the short takeoff, even though that does actually use a bit of fuel. But even the Harrier or the AV8, when it was fully loaded and fully fueled, did not do a vertical takeoff because of the weight and what it was carrying. And so they would also do a short takeoff, and the F-35B specializes in the short takeoff. Don't be fooled by short takeoff, because it is literally an extremely short takeoff. It can even take off on the assault ship USS Mackinac Island, which is only about 256 meters long. That is all. So it's a very, very short takeoff, and it's very impressive. With the addition of ski jumps as well, moving the swivel nozzle to a 45-degree angle, giving it the stability and the optimization of being able to take off very, very quickly and very shortly. It's a really exciting thing to see, which a little bit later on I will show you all about the F-35 and and how it all works with that as well. So pretty impressive stuff, it really is. And the other thing you'll notice as well, when we do have a hover, a lot of people do say, does the pilot just press the button? Not quite, because the pilot still needs to get the landing pad correctly and not to overshoot it. Okay, it's a similar thing. There are 3 landing pads here, pads 1, 2 and 3. They're 67 by 67 meters. They are square, not circle that I thought. Okay, I don't know why I thought they were circular. And there is actually a landing zone of 50.5 meters by 50.5 meters within the 67 by 67. Now, the pilot will need to engage and make sure they get it right so that they can do the vertical landings. They do put in some input. Don't be fooled by what you read and what you hear. They just press a button. Not quite, because they still need to line up correctly and get it right in the first place. Okay, so leave it with me. I will be asking a pilot about how that works with regards to the full landing, because at the end of the day, things that hover actually use more fuel. Okay, so helicopters, Chinooks, for example, just hovering and staying still uses a lot of fuel. F-35B, the same thing. So if a pilot does overshoot the landing pad, they will go round, because it's actually more fuel effective to go round and try to land it again. All right, rather than try to rewind, reverse, try to get it right again. So it does actually have some pilot input as well. The F-35B will turn into the wind when hovering to make it a lot more of a comfortable land, but it has so many things that keeps it extremely stable as well. So very good morning, David, Harrison, Joshua Brown, Holly, Blocks, Margot, Alan Burden, Alan Q, Matt Crossan, Dieter. Very good morning to all of you. Yeah, we do not and will not ever go to Boscombe Down. It is, if you know what they, it's very sensitive. It's protected. Just let them do what they need to do there. We do not recommend going there on any level. That's our recommendation, to not go there. Just let them get on with what they need to do for our defence. It's it's just definitely one of those where it wasn't even on my mind. It is our place where we can do our testing, etc. Just leave them to it. You'll probably get asked to move on anyway. Nick Samuels, good morning to you. Joshua Brown, how are we all doing? Hope we're all good and well. Blaine Towers, there is one, I believe there's one airframe at Lossiemouth E7 already there, Wedgetail. Hopefully we'll get to see that in September. Do you know one of the things I want to see? There's a couple of things I want to see at Lossiemouth. The food. Trust me, the food's good. The Northern Lights. Oh, and a Poseidon, P8 Poseidon, going through the jet wash. I'd love to see that again, because it is one of the highlights. And the performance takeoffs there are insane, because there's a lot more sky. Trust me, there's a lot more sky. They seem to go on to flight level 30, which is 30,000 feet. So looking forward to that. And due to just basically the geographics of it, it looks impressive, that backdrop and the sea. So let's see if I can tick those. So food, Northern Lights, jet wash P8, an E7, yeah, I've got to add that, and a Typhoon performance takeoff. I've seen some of them, but I'd like to have a digital rewind. Or an edible one if it comes to the food. So looking forward to our annual trip. As usual, we go every year to Lossiemouth. We make the 9 to 10 hour journey there, all in one go. Looking forward to it. And a happy 1st of July indeed. Yeah, happy 1st of July, our first stream of the month. Good morning to you, David Harrison. Welcome to the show. So we've got 4 F-35Bs currently airborne. Welcome to Norfolk, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And this is a station that was neighbouring with, at the time, RAF Narborough, which is just to my right. In fact, from here, I'd say it's about half a mile in the direction of the backwards crow. The Royal Flying Corps station, which was once RNAS, and then it ended up being RAF Narborough during the Great War, the First World War, along with here. Marham's role, along with Narborough, was to protect and defend Norfolk against the Zeppelin raids. In fact, I've mentioned it before, due to the natural shape of the wash, with its sort of rectangular corridor, it made it quite a visual corridor to enter that corridor, shall we say, to locate London quite easily. But I'm wondering if they must have had quite a few anti-aircraft you know, gun positions, pillboxes, that kind of thing, along the edges, along the ridge of the wash. I wonder. But there was, of course, Sutton Bridge with its ROC posts and gun positions, which I think, yeah, coming to think of it, there are a few gun positions there for anti-aircraft fire, which would make sense. But the wash gave it a very easy sort of visual corridor for the Luftwaffe to enter, and they're pretty much there in Lincolnshire, Norfolk, right there. It's just right there. They could just turn south, and that will do. And they would use that for London. I've been reading some of the tactics. They would use that rather than go straight through, let's say, through Kent or the Suffolk-Norfolk Ridge. They would actually just go through the wash. So we've had 4 F-35Bs, 2 flights of 2. And I'm looking forward to seeing them. Hopefully we get a few circuits as well, maybe some PDs. So runway 23 in use, and I hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, in this very chilled out, it's actually quite chilled out when there's no traffic noise behind us. Just get into that sort of chilled out mood. I'm actually getting withdrawal symptoms from Wimbledon Hall. Just been so much going on with air shows, armed forces days and stuff like that, but it's always nice to give you the regular fighter stations as well. Hopefully we'll start spreading out a little bit more. So we, like I said, we've got Lossiemouth in September, Leeming potentially in November, Waddington with Cobra Warrior in September as well. And that's always a good one. The Lakes got Mac Loop still to do. We've done the Lakes, we've done RAF Valley this year already, which was an amazing day when we went there. It was not windy and it was sunny, which the locals said that's actually quite rare because of where it's situated and it's positioned. It can be extremely windy. In fact, every time I've been, it's been windy, but on this occasion it was very warm. When was that, in Feb? Was it February? I think it was February, wasn't it? We're supposed to go to February, March time, I can't remember, I think it was February, and we were supposed to go to Macloop, but there was of all the days, there was a NOTAM for the CADs where they were going to do some hauling of paving slabs with helicopters or underslung aggregates, so they had to shut it off. I didn't want to take the risk, so I went to the Lakes and saw the F-16s anyway, so that was good. What a lovely day. Absolutely beautiful. I might just go and get a cup of tea. Be right back. Got a peep, man. Lovely day, beautiful, just right, not too extreme.
Yeah, dark. I'll go back up about 10.
Okay, mate. Yeah, when they come back, there'll be a bit of a gap, so that'll be probably work out well. Oh, Ted's just got something for me. What's that you got there, Ted? Ah, oh, bless. That's nice. Ted's going to show you something. Ted's got something for you all to have a look at. Hang on. Ted's got something from the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. Oh, bless. I remember that, Ted. I remember that day. So, are you going to be all right holding that? Do you want me to do it? Okay, hang on, mate. Sorry, Ted's going to show you this. He's worried he might drop it, so I'm gonna hold it up for Ted. But Ted had an honorary membership a while. I remember this. Look at that. Friends of Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. You can join as a member, you can support them. They are a registered charity, and we really strongly recommend for you to go and have a look. It's not on the base, so it is open to the public. Have a look at it. It's just really good. Friends of Marham, and you get one of these with their membership. And I forgot we had that actually, Ted. That's really nice. I like that. Oh, Teddy, that's really cool, mate. I've got the times here actually. I thought I'll show you. It's yeah, it is open Tuesday and Wednesday, and that's on their website from 0900 to 1600. Last entries at 1500, and the last Saturday of the month 9:30 till 1600. Again, last entry. The entry is free, by the way, and there is parking around the back, and you'll also be treated to a welcome cup of tea or coffee as well, which is very nice. They do rely on donations. They're always needed and very welcome, and literally every penny donated or spent on their merchandise, they got some really cool stuff there. It goes straight directly to supporting the centre as well. So have a look at the memorabilia. It is absolutely amazing. They are serving, they are veterans. They'll each one of the volunteers are specialised in certain era. So there is an armourer from the Tornado. There's someone, there's a volunteer that specialised in the Victor refuelling, who was on Black Buck. And they'll show you all these real cool stuff. They got sections from the Royal Flying Corps days to the World War II days to the Canberra to even the US Air Force as well, that were here as well with Operation Ruby, that was here, and Exercise Ruby I think it was. But yeah, absolutely amazing. So do check it out. They do have a website, and it gives you all their days as well. They have themed days. They've got the virtual reality goggles, the experience for the Lancaster and a Mosquito. Do that. It is pretty cool. So welcome to the show. How we doing? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good and well. One of the questions I do get asked quite a lot is, what is this vehicle? You'll see this vehicle at the runway in use, hence we're seeing it here today. If they were using 05, this caravan will be moved or driven, because you can get them towed, or basically like a caravan style or motorhome. They are literally on wheels with a motor. They do need an MOT, by the way. So whatever runway's in use, it will be parked quite close to the threshold. Okay, now it is called a runway caravan, and it's positioned here at runway 23. They're normally parked at the touchdown end of the runway, close to the threshold. So if the runway changes, they would need to go and move it. And the purpose of one of these is to provide shelter and communications for an ATC controller. And their role is to literally be a literally carry out a visual inspection on approaching aircraft and provide radio and visual warnings of any issues on approaching aircraft to the pilot. Now, there's a few things that they can do as well during scenarios, whatever they may be, but of course they have a radio, so they do need to, you'll notice well, usually it's a yellow sort of truckman that pulls up, and they do have to wire it up and connect it to comms, so it does need power to it for comms. They do have a signal light gun and also a pistol flare, so if there's going to be a bird strike very imminent, they feel there could be a potential collision, and they will quickly, which I've seen twice and heard twice, the flare gun been fired for a quick emergency go around. So it's like a bit closer to tower, and it is extremely exposed here. It is quite dangerous. I've seen one of these being evacuated before because of the fact that aircraft were trying to land in really bad foggy conditions, and for their safety they were evacuated. That was at Coningsby. It was live, and I'll never forget it. It was February, a really icy, foggy, snowy February the 14th, Valentine's Day. In 2023, I'd like to say, that one. I'll never forget it. That was our first Valentine's Day special live, and I think the Typhoons went to Mildenhall that day. So yeah, so there's a lot of coordination between the runway caravan and the air traffic controller at Marham Tower, or any tower. So it's quite an important job as well. Like I said, they can either be towed in that form, and they're not at every single aerodrome, but you do get them at civilian and military as well. They have one at Coningsby, they have one at Leeming, they have one at Cranwell. Don't think they have one at Bryce Norton. I've not seen one there. They have one at do they have one at Lossiemouth? Yes, they do. Yep, they do. They have one at Lossiemouth. And they're red and white to make it a lot more of a visual. Oh, that's obviously something to take note of. There's even a company that actually sells them. They're called airportsuppliers.com, by the way, if you want to know, if you are interested in buying one of these.
Go 2.1. Contact 6018% engine contact. Contact 6018%.
Oh, love the shirt. Yeah, it's cool.
Well, we might get disco, you know.
I think so.
I know it's too high.
210, over. That will be 300.
What a lovely day.
Oh.
Beautiful. It's just right. It's not too hot. Finally.
Better than rain.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, what we got here? We've got some sort of runway inspection. I tell you what, it's beautiful here today. Stunning. So we're very close to 134k. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be this week. We'll see. Very close, extremely close. So if you want to support the channel getting to 134,000 subscribers, then do subscribe. It is free, and we're looking forward to it. When the F-35Bs come back, hopefully we'll get some vertical landings or some slow landings. You know, it really doesn't matter now, does it really, from here? But you will get to see them, and the good thing about this is that you'll be able to see them sort of hover to the left to their landing pads, which is pretty cool. So you get a very different perspective on that. But when they land, when they're all back, I'll give you the demo and how it all works. Might be better for me to show you after they've done their thing. So bit of a runway inspection. So there's definitely not going to be anything coming back at the moment, he says. Well, they're not far. Well, it's always a good sign when they're nearby. They haven't gone like far, far, far away. That's definitely them that I can hear up there. So yeah, it's always room for a practice diversion, so looking forward to seeing one of those. Hope we're all good and well. And we've still got personnel on the runway, so we won't be getting anything anytime soon. Could be a FOD sweep, FOD check. And then when there's no traffic, it's extremely peaceful here. Looking forward to catching the F-35Bs back. Hopefully we'll see their STOVL mode. It is a design that had a trade-off, you see, because they've had to put 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce lift fan in there and other items, and obviously almost double, not quite, but almost double the size of the original F-135 PW100 engine. I had a look at the PW600. I think it's got like some kind of carbon composite halfway down inside the engine, just to keep some weight reduction down, but of course able to cope with heat and high temperatures. So the weight will be 1.2 tons more than the F-35A. Less range because it's got the lift fan where the extra tanks would have been, so it does carry less fuel. But we'll have a look at that in just a moment. We'll wait for the F-35Bs to return. Hey, and Marshy, good morning to you. Spanner Flight, how's it all going? Yeah, it is nice with the birds tweeting away in the background. So they're doing a bit of a FOD check down there or something like that. Doing some sort of work.
Yeah.
Perez, Batman Bush, oi oi to you. Captain A, how we doing? How's all the Spanner Flight doing? Looking after the chat room. Our Spanner Flight crew. But yeah, there's always a potential practice diversion. Oh, thank you. I think that was an A10. Brian Billman, thank you very much. Sound like an A10. Oh. Seen another one actually, but a bit late for that one. Might see them with the tanker, you never know. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Keeping an eye up in the sky. High and dry. Ugh. Some lovely sounds in the skies.
It will be a 3P high aspect, that'll be our last one. One requesting to step not below altitude 3,000 feet traffic at Marham North 6 miles traffic last reported 2,200 feet.
Oh, there, gotcha. Right, we got approaching aircraft now. Our F-35Bs not far away. Okay, here we go. Right, here we go, get ready. This is going to be loud and something that if you haven't seen this position before, it's pretty cool from this side of things. Well, how about that? A slow land. But we wouldn't have been able to see that from our original spot. Wow. So there you go, something a little bit different that we can see clearly from here. A slow land. Wow. Managed to see a slow land from here. Brilliant. Yeah, the wax is gone now.
Only two went out.
Four.
Four.
Yeah, there should be another two. Oh, there's another. They're coming in now. So we've got two more, not far now. Okay, here we go. Looking good. Might be, I think I heard CTOL there. Might be a conventional landing. Let's have a look. Notice the weapons bay opening there. It is a design feature for when landing vertically and into a hover. There is a purpose for that. Look at this. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, ain't no bother to hover. Awesome. A bit special, wasn't it? Very cool. Very, very cool indeed. Yeah, no worries. If you would like to know more info, I'm going to give you, let me just go and get my F-35A as well. Give me 1 second, I'll give you all the, if you want to know more about the F-35B, let me go and get my A variant as well. Oh. How you doing, alright?
Yeah, not bad.
Good, good.
It's a bit warm from last time I saw you here. Remember when you down your friend?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Terrific, wasn't it?
Amazing. Always never get tired of seeing that. It's amazing. Right, let's just pop my F-35A there. Hopefully it doesn't fall. Is it going to be alright? Okay. Let's give him something to land on. There we go. That should be alright. There we go. Right, the A variant is there. Right, so if you want to know about how it hovers and what it can do, what it can't do, etc., well, you've come to the right place, because I'm now about to give you all the details. Let me just I've got an F-35A there as well, just to show you the differences as well. There are some specification differences as well between the two, and also what to look out for, so that you can spot the difference. Of course, you may not be able to see the differences straight away, but there are quite a few differences as well between the two. Now, I've got the A variant as well with me, not only to show you the differences, but to show you why the weapons bay always opens on vertical landing. And yeah, it's not for show. I know you get to see that at air shows when it's hovering quite still, the the weapons bay opens, it's not for show. It is actually a design feature to look after the F-35B. You probably think, really? But yes, really. We're going to just show you the differences. Now, the other thing to note is that when I explain this to you, there are some actual specification differences as well. The F-35B is actually slightly smaller. It's had to have a bit of a weight reduction added to it because of the fact that, well, it's got a lot more to it and a lot of weight to it. So let's just have a quick look at what's going on here. So let's show you, first of all, let me go and get the F-35B. First of all, let's show you, because that's the main thing. We've just seen it do a slow land as well, which is really cool. So a slow land will be initiated if it's come in quite heavy, okay, if it's come back with quite a lot of fuel, because it doesn't actually have as standard though, it doesn't actually have a drag chute. Let me just sort of focus there. It doesn't actually have a drag chute as standard, although you can add an additional one. So this is our F-35B. And I'm going to show you all the differences between the A and the B variant, because obviously one is conventional and one is not, okay? Now, the thing is, you've got to remember the fuel, internal fuel, has had to have a bit of a trade-off, because internal fuel on the A variant is somewhat 18,250 pounds of internal fuel. The B variant has way less, 13,500 pounds. If you want that in kilos, that's sort of like 8,270 kilos on the A and 6,120 on the B. Now that's quite a lot of difference, and the reason for that is because of this. It's because of the F-35's F-135 PW600 engine. The F-135 PW100 would be just here, up to here, all right? The whole thing of the PW600 is all the way out to here, all right, and that's quite a lot. To put that in numbers, the A engine, the F-135 PW100, is at 5.59 meters. The PW600 is 9.37 meters. That's almost double, isn't it? That's quite a lot. But what is going on here? And the thing is, they've had to have the lift system here, all right? You could have had all sorts of fuel here. So we've lost about, what did we say? We've lost, I mean, according to my dodgy maths, about 5,000 pounds or 2,000 kilos of fuel gone, all right? So the range is not as much as the A, natural, but you can hover. So amongst all the 5th generation stealth low radar cross section that it has, it can hover, and that's the thing. This was the core. This is what they wanted to do. They wanted to have and learn all the lessons from the Harrier and have something that's 5th gen, over supersonic speeds, so Mach 1.6, and yet be stealthy and yet get the job done undetected until it's too late for the enemy, because it will. And that's one of the biggest misconceptions of stealth, is that it's invisible and it never gets detected. It will be detected, but it's too late. That's the thing. It gets the job done for as long as possible undetected. That is what stealth is. It's not invisible. So what is going on here? So yes, it's a Lockheed Martin aircraft, and it has a bit of Rolls-Royce attached to the Pratt & Whitney engine. That is literally what's going to happen, and it is Rolls-Royce that put the lift, and Rolls-Royce put the lift in the F-35B Lightning. The lift system, as it's called, is the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world. It is unrivaled in performance and comes in part of the latest and greatest in digital technology and the fan system technology to deliver a really good, responsive, precise and powerful short takeoff, which hopefully one day we'll see live on the show, which I do have videos of it, and vertical landing, STOVL, short takeoff, vertical landing. And this has minimal impact on the total airframe weight. Now the system is a descendant of the Pegasus engine, comprised of a Rolls-Royce lift fan, the drive shaft, the free bearing swivel module, which I'll show you at the back, why it's not quite an F-22 thrust vector, why it doesn't really need it. The Rolls-Royce has been in the industry leader for many years. In fact, off the top of my head, what, 60 years or so? It has a combined short takeoff and vertical landing capability. Pounds of thrust is 40,000. It's got 29,000 shaft horsepower. But let's just show you all these. It's all very well having all the numbers. Let's have a look to see what's going on. How does it hover? Right, let's get into it. So we're going to open this because that is what you see first, the auxiliary air intake. And what I love about this is the fact this model shows you the shaft, right? Because you're going to need to power this. How do you power another engine, which is in there, which I'll get to in a moment? All right, let me close that for a moment. And this is not a speed brake or an air brake. All right, it's the hood for the fan, and I'll explain. So obviously, if the aircraft is going to be hovering, it's not going to get any air inside here. So this is where this is really important to have the auxiliary air intake. Okay, we'll get to that and how it moves, how it can go forward and back. We'll get to that in just a moment. Now the F-135 engine, the huge fan is here. Now this shaft is delivering 29,000 shaft horsepower to power this. It's a 50-inch diameter twin discs and blisk. It's a blisk system, and it's contra rotating. So the top part is going one way and the bottom is going another. Now I believe the top is a blisk, and the fan, the second stage below it is blisk and disc, although they are hollow bladed in technology, 50-inch in diameter. So that's how you're powering it through Pratt & Whitney's F-135, and it's delivering that power through this shaft. So you've got an auxiliary air intake, which can act as almost like to protect it from FOD as well. And underneath, this opens up as well. Okay, this is like the back end nozzle of a jet engine, for example. Okay, or you could say you've got a helicopter in there, but it's literally taking an engine and making it point vertically. So that's the bottom end. That's where you're going to get the cold thrust, about 20,000 pound of cold thrust coming out of here, but that's not enough to make it hover. So the original prototypes did have some design, other designs for this, okay, because you'll find, and I've spoken to you before, that everywhere on the F-35 there's serrations. These serrations are to scatter the radio waves, all right, from enemy radar. Okay, it's to scatter it. Remember, get a mirror. If you get the angle of reflection equals the angle of incidence, etc., that kind of thing, you want to scatter that. Okay, they found that having the hood serrated affected the airflow. It needs to get that air in there so that it can have all the thrust. Okay, so they found having it rounded, although you're not really going to require your low radar cross section, because that's the whole point. When landing, you're clearly going to be landing at home, let's say, somewhere safe, right? So one of the original prototypes had these two doors here as well. The original system had two doors, and the serration didn't like it, so they kept it rounded to get that air going in nicely. All right, now underneath, as we said, you've got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust coming in underneath. These grills, these slats, they move. I think it's 5 degrees for forward, 40 degrees back. Okay, right, that's not enough to make it hover. Now we're talking about a free BSM, a free bearing swivel module. Now this is clever. It's called a free BSM, or free bearing swivel module. It can actually rotate 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. It can maneuver from swivel from left and right. The reason why it can do that is to actually keep it a lot more stable. All right, 45 degrees for a short takeoff, or full on 90 degrees for the vertical landing. Right, now here's the thing. It's called a free BSM because it needs to configure and keep accurate at all times. So when using the ski jump, if it didn't have a free BSM and it just pointed down, it could just make the thing go out of control. All right, now, so you got your 50% on either side of power. So you got a total 40,000 pounds blast coming here and here. All right, total. All right, that's going to make it hover. But here's one more trick. The bypass air allows the aircraft to pitch and roll from left to right using these. They're called roll posts. These tiny little inlets here, or these little posts here. And that gets the air from the bypass, all right, which allows the aircraft now to move and roll from left to right. You've also got the stability here of the nozzle. This can only be activated at a maximum of 250 miles per hour, so it is not a thrust vector like the likes of the F-22. They learn everything from the F-119 engine. This engine is very, very technically advanced. In fact, the best and most advanced engine, and it is the most powerful jet engine in a fighter in the world. So you can move forward and back using the slats, and you can roll the aircraft left to right, and this also allows it for stability. Right, there's one more thing that the F-35B does, okay? If it was to land right now, it will go out of control. Why? Remember, you've got jet blast coming down here and here. What happens to the ground? That blast is going to go straight back up and rock the F-35B, and it will cause a lot of turbulence, and it will be quite an unsatisfactory ride. So what do you do? Well, I'm going to have to use my F-35A here to show you what happens. You'll notice, and it's not just for show because you see it at air shows, the weapons bay opens when it comes down to vertically land. Yes, you can have a look at official videos. When it lands, the weapons bay opens, and it's a feature for the vertical landing. That jet blast is now absorbed. This opens up to form a cushion or a dam to take that ground effect, to take that blast back, and to absorb it so it can land nicely. This is an A, it can't do that. All right. Meanwhile, while I've got you here, you've got the hard points here, the 4 internal hard points, which is 15,000 pound payload on the F-35B due to the weight, and it does still have its 6 external hard points as well. So it's got 4 internal and 6 external. That's both. Now, so I hope that made sense. So let's have a little look at the differences. And yes, the F-35A has a +9G rating. They're both Mach 1.6. Okay, this is the A variant, but they do have some specifications that are different. Okay, and you do need to take note the fact that they have just put 1.2 tons of lift fan. So internal fuel, less. Weapons payload, less. Max takeoff weight, 10,000 pound less. So it's 70,000 pounds on the A and the C. The B variant is 60. The range, 300 nautical miles less. 900 nautical miles on the B, 1200 on the A and the C. Now, combat radius, 505 nautical miles. What does combat radius mean? It's a radius when it's configured and loaded, ready for combat. It's 505 nautical miles, that's 935 kilometers, 670 nautical miles on the A. But it does have the better thrust to weight ratio at 0.9. G limits +7 on the B and +9 on the A. Now, this is the A in my hand. Let's have a little look at some of the differences which you may not have spotted before. Yes, I understand there is a lift hood, but you might not be able to see the lift hood. Look at the top of the fuselage. Very thin and slim on the top of this. The B variant, quite thick. Now, first of all, what sticks out like a sore thumb? This. The A variant is the only one. The B and the C do not have this. It's an internally built-in GAU-22A cannon. It's a 25mm 4-barrel 1085 muzzle velocity cannon, and they're 25 mics. Okay, and they can, I think, I forgot the name, Camo, I think it's called, Camu, I can't remember, there's a brand, and what it is, it's an explosive and armor piercing round as well. Anyway, so the B and the C can have an external belly one. All right, so that's the first thing you're going to look out for. Look at the size of the B. Doesn't have it. No cannon can be seen. So if you look at them head to head. The other thing you'll notice, look at the canopy, almost a bubble on the A. The B variant looks like it's wearing a hoodie. It's like a thug, a gangster. Look at it. So very different fuselage there. Look at the profile differences. Sadly, they're not to scale, so one is not actually that big than the other. Although the C variant will probably. Okay, so that's the second or third, right? The other thing as well, very minor. You might not see it. I'm running out of hands here. You've also got quite a. You'd have to be eagle-eyed. You've got the drogue and probe for refueling on the B, whereas the A has the boomstick over here, or the boomstick way method. Okay, so you might see this envelope here. All right, so slightly different there. The other profile that I need to show you, which is quite a distinctive difference, look at the, I'm going to try and position this in a better way. Hang on a minute. Sorry about this. The A variant, okay, has an arrestor hook. The B doesn't. Let me just adjust this so you can probably see it a bit better. Okay. Maybe this will work. Yeah, so look at the hook. Look at the arrestor hook. It's there, okay? But look at the profile. Can you see that, the way it dips down? If I get the B variant, it doesn't do that at all. It's doesn't dip down like that. Look at the difference. Oh, hang on a minute. That's let me just pop that away. Thank you. Look at the differences. Look, distinctive, isn't it? Very distinctive. So very smooth under here. Dips down on the A, so pretty cool. The A variant is actually slightly bigger by a few centimeters in length, but there we go. That's something for you to look out for. All right, just some visual stuff. Yes, the C variant does have a arrestor hook, but it's a lot different than. In fact, the airframe is strengthened, okay, which makes it quite heavy as well. Anyway, hope you enjoyed that. If you got any questions, do let one know. We may just pop that there. There we go. I hope you enjoyed that. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? Let me just check if you got any questions. But it's way more advanced than the Harrier. I mean, it's as much as it's loved, you've got to keep up with the Joneses. You know, when you've got technology as far advanced as a F-35B with the DAS system, the EOT system. We're talking about the battlefield side of things. Yet alone the hover. Forget the hover for a minute. As a concept, the F-35B anyway, with its stealth. With its battlefield, the electro-optical targeting system, which is like a pirate IRST, all that kind. It's not pirate IRST, sorry. With the FOTD as well, fiber optic tow decoy, with the IRST FLIR as well to go with the EOTs, the targeting system, relaying data transfer, data relay, data absorbing. I mean, it's just an absolute weapon of the skies, and it's a hive mind, and it can join with other F-35Bs. It is a pretty amazing thing. We haven't even touched on the stealth technology. Acid reflux, struggling to find out how to subscribe. I'd say you're already subscribed. Acid reflux, I'd say you're already there. Millennium Max, hope you're good. So yeah, one of the most common question I get asked about the F-35B: can it take off vertically? Well, it can, but it doesn't. It doesn't do it because of the amount of payload. And like I said, with that kind of payload, even the Harrier, when it was fully loaded, fully fueled, did not do a vertical takeoff. It did a short takeoff. And if you want to see what one looks like, do check out on our channel, the Ted Coningsby channel. After the show, do put in short takeoff F-35. Trust me, you're going to love it. I've got a couple of, and I think they've both been in really poor weather, which makes it even more cool because of all that blast. So really good. It's a good question. Very good question, actually. Let me think of the physics. Hang on a minute. Bungalator, would you happen to know the max altitude they're able to hover? That is a very good question, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to get some science here. I'm going to think about that. That's a very good question. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Hang on a minute, let me get my... I'm just going to think this out. I could be wrong, but I think... Okay, I'm going to say it depends on the payload, but... Hang on, let me get my 35. I'm gonna actually do this as a science project. Hang on a minute. Let's open up the Stovall mode, right? 1 second. Okay, let's open this up. Right. Okay, I've initiated Stovall mode. So if you've got thrust coming down here and here, 40,000 pound of thrust, pushing down, like forcing down, then technically, depending on, and I say depends, I think it may depend on how heavy it is at the time. However, I don't think there's much of a limit on its service ceiling that it can hover. I don't see why not. However, I would probably guess it would, well, one, definitely it uses a lot more fuel anyway, but I don't think there's a reason for it to do that, because it wouldn't do it anyway. I don't think the pilots would need to hover at 50,000 feet. However, that said, I think it could, because you've got your thrust pushing down, although how fuel efficient that's going to be is not going to be great. I would have thought when you're 50,000 feet up in the skies, I would have thought the airflow may affect it a little bit as well. So I'd say it depends how high. I don't think there's a limit. I just think it's how heavy they are. That is just a guess. That is an absolute guess on that one. I'm going to guess at that. I don't think they do it, because there's no reason, because it is only for landing, and it is only at 250 miles per hour. I'm going to say there's no limit, but I don't think they would do it, because it is literally only for landing. It probably won't let them, I don't know on that one, if there's some sort of like safety precaution. But Stovall mode has a limit for miles per hour at 250, but I don't see why not. I don't see why it couldn't hover at, say, 30,000 feet. But there we go. I don't see why not. If you've got the thrust down there, the only thing I could think of is the airflow being different up there, up in the skies. That's the only thing. So I would say it depends how heavy. It's a good question, but I've only just done it as a little science thought experiment. That's all. Yeah, because don't forget, the higher you go, the thinner the air, so that's really going to affect the airflow. So I'd say it could, but it just depends on the weight. But is there any point to it? Probably not. It wouldn't want to do it. Like I said, you can't initiate the Stovall mode after 250 miles per hour. So that would be pretty pointless. LC, how you doing? Bungalator, Davey, Captain A, Millennium Max, LEJ approach, acid reflux. But yeah, actually, I'm now thinking, I don't know how high. Maybe 10,000 feet, because after that, the air really does start to get really thin after that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say definitely 10,000 feet. Why would you do it? Like you said, in a operational level. I mean, you probably burn a lot of your fuel. But that was just a little funny thought experiment. My only concerns, like I said, is probably how thin that air is going to be. So that would definitely affect it. And I don't think you'd be landing from 50,000 feet just going down vertical. You'd probably run out of fuel by the time you get down there anyway. So I guess if you've got really thin air, just thinking, would that increase that increase fuel consumption? Something to think about. Very good question though, but very good. I do like that. Yes, Andy Beaster 63. Yes, it can transition. It can just hover and then fly off into CTOL mode. Yes, that we've seen here from a low approach and then transition into a standard flight. Does look crazy skies, doesn't it? See, we're all trying to help each other. Above 1,000 feet, the air is too thin. Exactly. Depends on the weight, depends how high, and you wouldn't really want to do that anyway. I think for just for fun, I think it could. But yeah, it depends on the weight and depends how high. But yeah, very good. But I don't see why not, with the fact that you've got thrust pushing down. Yeah, sky looks really cool, doesn't it? Right, let's hope for some more movement, and we may get lucky and see another set of departures and landings today, because we're going to finish before the football today, because of course I know many of you will probably be tuning in to watch that. Pat Galloway, thank you very much for the super. Pip, cool. I can actually answer that because it has been put on the official RAF website. The when, that's going to be a big when, could be as many years yet, when the F-35As are delivered to the Royal Air Force, they will be with the OCU 207 Operational Conversion Unit. In the future, we don't know. That hasn't been released official. We only give you official stuff that's been out there on official military Royal Air Force and AF.mil sites. From what things could change though. Things could change, but they are destined to go with the Operational Conversion Unit, which technically, that, if you think about it, that makes sense. They need to go to an Operational Conversion Unit. So 207 Squadron gives, I mean, if you think about it, it gives the pilots a lot more training because it's got a lot more range. So they've got a 300 nautical mile longer range in that respect. So you've got 300 more mile range to do your training. So that would help massively with that. So yeah, the F-35A, 1200 nautical miles, the B is 900 nautical mile radius range. So yeah, so that gives the pilot a bit more, a lot more endurance. But for the future, who knows? We don't know that. Hello? I'm calling from your bank account. Right, I am going to just go and grab a quick cup of tea. I'll be right back. See ya.
head here?
Yes.
Have a selfie with it.
You can, yes.
That might be a bit bizarre.
No, it's fine.
Wait.
It's fine.
Is he in there?
Right, where are we going? Just here?
It is fine.
Okay.
Look at this.
Pop him over your
Hang on,
shoulder.
let's just get- Brilliant.
That is awesome. Nice one. Thank you.
So the A10s are gone then? Well,
Oh, I don't know. Was that all of them? It didn't look like all
I think
of
there's
them.
on the thing, it was 5 had gone. Some more came in last night, didn't they?
Yeah, so...
It was 4 came in last night. Well, I
Yeah.
live in King's Lynn, so I know they went over. I heard them.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see. I mean, I'm going there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens, isn't it? It's all about. Yeah, exactly. That is what it's all about. Right, let's talk Marham. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So I still need to do a bit of research on the Canberra, so I need to give that a bit of love. I do have a Canberra model here, and if you tuned in earlier, you would have overheard me say about the Canberra being one of the icons here. The aircraft that it replaced, another icon that was here, was the Mosquito, the world's first multi-role fighter, indeed. And it nearly didn't happen, for those that know the story, which I've got. Just going to get that here for you now. Got a lovely Mosquito. Okay. Okay, I've got that. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember this this special group. Give me 1 second. Oh, I know where I can find it. I've got it in my education folder. Sorry, I've just forgotten. Well, the older I get, the less I can store info. Hang on, I forgot the squadron. Ah, I know what it is. I've left my book at home. That's what it is. Right. Let me just try and remember. Oh yeah, I haven't got my book here. It'll make sense in a minute. Ah. 65 fighter Woodman. It'll all make sense in me. I'm just trying to find. Oh no, I left it at home, sadly. Right, no worries. We'll 25th Bomb Group. I'm sure I can remember that. Remind me if I do forget 25th Bomb Group. Right. Okay. Might as well get a Canberra. Might as well get it all out ready. Marham information. Okay. "55 years of continuous service." Thanks a lot, Perry. 28th of July will be 20 years since the Canberra finished its service. Now, let's see what's going on here. So there are, for me, 3 iconic Marham legacy aircraft. And one of them with over 50 years and 55 years, the Canberra. Look at this. And we'll do a talk on the Canberra at some point. It may be worth me going to the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre just to do a little bit more homework about operations with the Canberra here. This was the leaping point. This was the bridge from leaving the likes of the piston engines. This is technically and was the replacement for the Mosquito. The Lincoln came out too late, and with that in mind, the Boeing Washingtons, which is the Royal Air Force's designation of the B-29s, which was here as well. Very briefly, the RAF had Boeing Washingtons on loan as a stopgap. It was just too late. In fact, they cost 5 times more, the B-29s, than the Avro Lincolns to even build. So it was a stopgap because on the Friday the 13th in May 1949, this took to the skies. I know, right? And this was the leap with its beautiful Avon engines there. Okay, but the legacy of Marham also owes it to the Mosquito, which is what the Canberra replaced. So let's have a look at the Mosquito. So it's nice to have, I know people getting excited because in 1942 the Mosquito started its legacy at RAF Marham with some very famous raids, such as the very famous nuisance raid that I always bring up, which is kind of cool, isn't it? But look at this, an absolute gem. It really is, the de Havilland Mosquito, the world's first multi-role de Havilland Mosquito, and a masterpiece by Sir Geoffrey de Havilland. But this work of art was neglected and rejected a few times by the Air Ministry, that we may have not even seen the Mosquito at all. But with the perseverance of Geoffrey de Havilland, even under so much stress of losing his staff, he kept pushing his idea, because let's face it, every time that the Air Ministry said no, don't forget you've got very loyal staff that at the end of the day, you know, there's a war going on, they need money to feed their families and themselves, some may have children. You know, if they're not getting the contracts and not getting the work, they will go to other companies such as the Short Brothers, Bristol, you know, Avro, you know, that were being, Supermarine even as well, that were, you know, being very, very successful. But Geoffrey de Havilland kept pushing the idea, and the problem was that biplanes and wooden planes were transitioning to a more modern monoplane and metal contraction. You see, metal. And de Havilland's new aircraft was indeed made out of wood. So back at RAF Mildenhall, if we go back to Mildenhall on the 20th of October 1934, the organisers, called the Air Race Committees of the Mac Robertson Air Race, was underway. A magnificent air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. There were no restrictions of aircraft itself with regards to size, build, crew or even engines. Just one main rule: no additional pilots could join. So whoever you took off with, that was it. That's fine. You can have more pilots when you know, you can have more than one pilot, but you couldn't add them on your journey, because the winner, which I'm about to tell you, took 71 hours, and it was Geoffrey de Havilland's aircraft that won. Once the aircraft had taken off from Mildenhall, that was it. You couldn't add any more pilots. And there were 20 aircraft in this race, from all metal airliners, transport, old bombers, racer aircraft, etc. But I mean, can you imagine that today? Can you imagine an air race? I'd love that. If anyone out there can organise it though today, I'd love to commentate an air race. Definitely love to do that. It'd be brilliant. So the race started at 0630. Melbourne was only, you know, 11,000 miles away. The lineup included the DH-88 Comets, the Douglas DC-2, a Boeing 24-7D, de Havilland Dragon Rapide, a Fairey Fox Mark 1, a Lockheed Vega, Airspeed AS-8 Viceroy, and even a BA Eagle. They were on the 20 that set off. And in 71 hours, the winner was de Havilland's DH-88 Comet, named Grosvenor House GA-ACSS, flown by CWA Scott and Tom C. Black. Now, for those that know the aircraft at Shuttleworth and had been at Shuttleworth's Festival of Flight, or those that have been to see the Shuttleworth collection, will know that that aircraft is still flying today. Okay, it may not have exactly all the same parts it originally had, but it's still flying today, or at least the spirit is still in there. So how brilliant is that? And yes, it is made out of wood. Okay, and the second place came 19 hours later. The DC-2 from Netherlands came second, and the DH-88 was indeed a wooden construction. It had a wingspan of 44 feet. By the way, I need to go and get one of these. Length at 29 feet and powered by de Havilland's Gypsy 6R air-cooled 6-cylinder inverted 230 horsepower engine. Max speed was 237 miles per hour. Now, Geoffrey de Havilland teamed up with Frank Earl back in 1908, a mere handful of years since the first flight of the Wright Flyer, when the Wright brothers were pioneering flight. And of course, this inspired many others to join aviation, such as the Short brothers as well, Handley Page. All these manufacturers that we've heard of during the Second World War were all inspired. Well, we only need to look at Glenn Curtis to see what happened there. So there we go. 1908, de Havilland with Earl made their first plane. The second one, de Havilland flew it himself, from the DH-4 bombers to DH-9 reconnaissance bomber aircraft to DH-10. He was producing a series of aircraft for the military efforts during the First World War. His new project, the DH-98, mainly of balsa and birchwood ply construction, was propositioned to the Air Ministry in 1938 as a high-speed bomber, and that time wouldn't need to be armed, but they were not interested. The Air Ministry felt that constructing aircraft made of wood were the days of old and regressing in technology. But that said, you only need to look at the Armstrong Whitworth Albemarle, which was constructed with wood but also contained plenty of metal too, when issuing specification B938. The Albemarle would have a bomb payload of 4,500 pounds of bombs, armed with 4 303 guns, and a good speed of 265 miles per hour. I'm just going to lighten the screens there just a little bit there. There we go. But de Havilland didn't let that stop him, and he continued regardless at his Hatfield HQ. So he carried on and just went on. And now I've often mentioned on my live shows before, for those that have tuned in, about how much of an impact getting a go-ahead for an aircraft to be built. Now, getting a contract to your factory boosts economy and employment. Imagine the impact of a small town desperate for work, especially with the fear of war looming, and getting a factory to be getting the contract to build an aircraft. Even today, when a country buys an aircraft, thousands of jobs are made, from building radar components, sections of aircraft, and even the final display assembly as well. Imagine the staff of de Havilland with the Air Ministry going, no, sorry, turning down the project of de Havilland. Many of them left for other companies, but de Havilland, he kept going. And even with the possibilities of his staff leaving. Now, shortly after the start of the Second World War in November 1939, Air Chief Marshal Sir Wilfred Freeman commissioned the first prototype, but on one condition: that it had to be a reconnaissance aircraft and not to be a bomber. They just couldn't quite see the concept. But the thing is, you've got good engines and light wood, well, power to weight ratio would be exceptional. However, we're going to get to that, because in 1940 France had fallen and the Allies began their evacuation of Dunkirk. Now, during this time, de Havilland kept arguing his case regarding his wooden bomber. He said that his aircraft didn't need the highly demanded resources of metal. Don't forget, metal was needed for engines and Spitfires and Hurricane, lots of aircraft to protect Britain. And, soon they introduced short Sterling, which was not short of a lot of metal. Manchesters as well, and Halifax bombers, and then Lancasters. But metal was in strategic demand, and when the Battle of Britain began on the 19th of September 1940, de Havilland designing team carried on designing the prototype anyway for their new aircraft, which was built over a covert-style secrecy in a hangar disguised as a farm behind Salisbury Hall. Civilians did wonder what on earth was going on here. Why so-called farmers were going into buildings over the night. On the same month as Avro, Manchester and Halifax entered service, de Havilland's prototype was pretty much complete. So you've got to remember that impact on his staff. They weren't, some of them would have left. They thought, nah, this is a waste of time. We're not getting paid here. We're not getting the contract. But de Havilland luckily just kept going and going and going, and he did, and I'm glad he did, because we would not have the Mosquito today. So on that same day that the Manchester made its on the same day the Avro, Manchester and Halifax entered, on the same month the prototype was ready. All right, so you got the Halifax and the Avro Manchester taking off and entering service on the same month. This carried out its maiden flight, and it did so for 45 minutes, and it was piloted by de Havilland himself. Now, the serial number, for those that know, was W or Whiskey 4050 or 4050, painted in prototype yellow. Still showing its original registration of Echo 0234. It took to the skies from Hatfield. Now, later in December, she was given her military serial number, Whiskey 4050. Prototype yellow was used to identify the aircraft as being not only a prototype, but an ally one as well, which I've read somewhere that there was so much yellow paint, which is probably why training aircraft started to use yellow, and also the Yellow Jacks used the yellow, the display team. So, during the test trials, there was an issue of tail buffeting when reaching speeds of around 240 to 255 miles per hour. But in a couple of months, this was completely remedied. In fact, the DH-98 was looking remarkable. The highly agile, fast pacing, and the much-loved Spitfire was actually outperformed in trials in January and February of 1941. In total, she had 79 flight trials in 3 months, and faster than any fighter at that time. I wonder if the Whirlwind, the Westland Whirlwind, didn't have that engine issue. I wonder how that would have turned out in the end. But anyway, back to this. The prototype reached speeds of almost 400 miles per hour, and Whiskey 4050 rests in the de Havilland Heritage Centre today at St Albans. So do check it out if you're going to go to there. So, the Wooden Wonder, the Flying Tree, nicknames added to the de Havilland 98, and the beauty was yet to come. You see, construction was a people's game. In fact, they do call it the People's Mosquito. There is actually a project, but it literally was the People's Mosquito. Why? Well, due to the clever balsa wood and plywood sandwiching for the wings and its wooden body. If you were in the carpentry field, you would be perfect for her repairs. If you were making school desks, you know, if you're a school desk builder and furniture manufacturer, you are now making the wings for the de Havilland 98. I haven't mentioned Mosquito yet as a name, that came later. Piano makers and coffin manufacturers made sections of the fuselage, and if you were a carpenter and owned garden sheds, well, you'd be able to make small components. Now, this literally was a people's aircraft, and the defensive protection of the DH-98 is that there were so many places that they were making the different sections of the aircraft. So the Luftwaffe couldn't just go and bomb the de Havilland factory, because they were being made everywhere. So it was hard to locate the designated factory, shall we say, and bomb it. Now, wood was easy to repair. Wood gave the de Havilland 98, which was given the name Mosquito, a menacing, annoying little thing, which had a bit of a bite. So I loved that. And, you know, and I'm going to talk about another aircraft from de Havilland in a moment, but it was powered by Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. It had a length of 44 feet 6 inches, that's 13.56 meters, wingspan at 54 feet 2 inches, that's 16.51 meters, and it was made to have a phenomenal power to weight ratio. Max speeds of around 415 miles per hour, service ceiling of 37,000 feet. It made it into a multi-role. So what that means is it can go from a reconnaissance to a night fighter, a bomber, to an all-out fighter. It could be reconfigured just like that, and no other bomber could do this. So you couldn't get a Lancaster and just reconfigure it and turn it into a reconnaissance or even a fighter. You just couldn't do that, but you could with this. I mean, it could take 4,000 pounds of bombs payload. They could even cut the fins off these to fit 8, which I'll explain in just a moment, because it was very clever. So when the RAF switched to night bombers, little had been thought about the flames of the engines at night, which sadly the Halifax found out the hard way. Now, which German night fighters would use to help them identify the 4 engines of the enemy. All they had to do was to aim in the middle of the 4 flames, the Handley Page Halifax, even the Manchesters. It wasn't, you know, they were bombing by day, and when things didn't go right, at night they didn't think about this, because you see, night fighter Mosquitoes and eventually Avro Lancasters, you see the exhausts here, flames would come out when flying through the skies at night. In the day, it wasn't really a problem. You didn't really think about the flames, but at night, this caused a bit of an issue, because you didn't have to have a lot of technology to spot flames coming out. So the Handley Page Halifaxes, when they switched to night bombing, oh dear, the flames coming out of those, I was reading about a German Luftwaffe night fighter pilot that just said, yeah, I saw the 4 flames and just aimed for the middle, done. And they eventually ended up having these dampeners here on the engine exhausts here. So you do see some of the night fighters with the exhaust dampeners. Lancasters had them eventually. There were pros and cons. Yes, it will hide it, but they were a bit draggy. All right, so they had to come up with a more streamlined design. But that's why some of them are covered, especially for the night fighters when really, you know, hammering up that RPM. Like I said, in the day it wasn't really a problem, you know, for bombers, but in the night, oh dear, things started to look a bit desperate. So for night fighter Mosquitoes, dampeners were added. I mean, the flame dampeners were introduced, but they were draggy, especially on the Bristol Hercules engines as well. So you'll have to have a look at old photos of Lancaster, see if you can spot any exhaust dampeners on them as well. The balsa wood and birch ply skin sandwiching design gave it the strength and also eliminated any possibilities of warping. This was a 2mm birch plywood skin and bonded to the outer layer. The wings could withstand 41 tons, so that's around 700 men, and the Mosquito could be equipped with 4 250-pound bombs, but could also be extended to 8. Now you see what they did with those bombs there, they actually cut the fins, they shortened them so they can fit 8 of these bombs by shortening the fins of them. The night fighter version was fitted with 4 of the 20mm guns. This was a true multi-role aircraft, and in July 1941 entered service with the Royal Air Force and formed with 105 Squadron. 105 squadron markings GB. So if you see GB, especially when they're parked up nicely, at Marham, you'll see GB. Her first mission was a reconnaissance mission just 3 months after entering service, from low-level flying, ground attacks, night fighting, reconnaissance, bombing, taking part in Operation Jericho, which was a raid on the Amiens jail, making the mark, and literally for the Pathfinder force, and nuisance raids, one of them here, that nuisance raid to go and annoy Goering and Goebbels, but amazing. And you know, with the success of the Mosquito, which was given the name, there was finally a single-seater version, a long-range fighter version, designated as the DH-103. It was called the de Havilland Hornet. They also made a Royal Navy version called the Sea Hornet, which I've got here. A little bit smaller. The nose has been shrunk, and look at this. So that, very similar to the Mosquito. So if I showed you it from there, it looks quite similar. I don't have the Royal Air Force version, but I do have a Royal Navy version, with the exception, of course, of the arresting hook there. But look at that. How cool, those kind of style clipped-ish wings, almost, as opposed to the Mosquito. So yeah, this is the Hornet. Okay, so evolved, and it's a single-seater fighter version. Look at the nose, very small, very short, to give a much better view for the pilot, especially as a fighter. It entered service for the Far East and Pacific, and at a quick glance it does look a little bit like a Mosquito, but soon you'll notice the canopy being closer to the nose for a better view, clipped like wings too, powered by Rolls-Royce Merlin 130 engines, produced a whopping 2,070 horsepower each. Now the Hornet had a length of 35 feet 6 inches, 10.8 meters, wingspan 45 feet, that's 13.71 meters. It made it smaller than the Mosquito, but super fast at 475 miles per hour max speed, and could carry it had 4 20 mils and 0.79 inch Hispano Mark 5 cannon with 190 rounds per gun. In the lower fuselage nose you had 2 1,000-pound bombs under the wings, of the outboard. You also had 8 unguided rockets. This was on the Hornet F3. There was even like I said, so this is the Sea Hornet version for the Royal Navy, and at Coningsby, 41 Squadron operated the Hornet. I think it was the F3, which this finally retired in 1956, and it seems that it kind of came out a bit too late for its time, as the new bridge for piston to jet engines already begun, and that was indeed the English Electric Canberra. So it's kind of nice to give you this and then show you the English Electric Canberra, which, you know, it's just amazing, really, isn't it? You know, the bridge kind of from this to this, I mean, just unreal, isn't it, really, when you think about the technology? But that is the legacy, and good old de Havilland, bless him. I mean, the English Electric Canberra was story with that is that the company English Electric, they were making refrigerators and locomotive, but they were specializing in locomotives. I mean, wow, how do you get to making such a wonderful aircraft, you know what I mean? Absolutely incredible when you think about it like that. But yeah, the English Electric Canberra, the B1, entered service May 1951 with 101 Squadron. Could take 8,000 pounds of bombs. Again, that was a bit of a not quite a multi-role. It wasn't quite a fighter, but certainly you could have it for reconnaissance, electronic warfare, bombing. Had a max speed of 580 miles per hour. So not bad, really, if you think about the Hornet at 475 miles per hour, and then you got a jet engine at 580 miles per hour. But the flight level, way above. Flight level 480, so that's 48,000 feet. One of the perils that they discovered when, you know, especially the likes of the Meteor and the Canberra, is the fact that Coffin Corner was a bit of an issue. That point, it might need a diagram for me to show you that. But yeah, powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Avon engines, and they had a few teething issues as well, producing 7,400 pounds of thrust each. There was a bit of an issue when it came to crosswinds. I can't remember what it... Oh, do you know what? I forgot the terminology. Oh gosh, do you know what? Sorry. I forgot the name of this situation where wind was getting in the the Rolls-Royce Avon engines, and it would cause the blades, the fan, oh, do you know what? I'll have to find out what that was called. There was an issue with the Rolls-Royce Avon engines as opposed to crosswinds when the wind was getting in. They found a way around it temporarily by turning the camera a different way, but yeah, it's not ideal really. But I forgot the name of it. It's a bit like a straw and you kind of pinch it. You're not going to get the air through properly. Does that make sense? So blow through a straw and then just crimp it, and the airflow is not going to be very good. There is a terminology, believe it or not, and I have forgotten what it's called. Speaking of mosquitoes, there was even a part of the 8th Air Force. They had, with the 25th Bomb Group, they had 2 squadrons that were using this for electronic warfare. And they had red tails on them, and it was part of the Mighty 8th. So the Mighty 8th actually used mosquitoes as well. But I haven't got my book to show you anymore, so I'm pretty gutted about that. Gutted, never mind. I got the, I had a book with a picture of it, but I've put it away. But never mind, next time. Right, let's go and swap some mags over, have a cup of tea, and crack on. Diddy. So we do have startups. Yeah, that's good. Ah, windmilling, yes. Hey man, how you doing? You alright?
I won't give it another go.
Okay, there are startups.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Probably wait until they've got them and then I'd say another 4, so 2 and 2 again. Did you? Oh, there should be still another 4 then.
Alright. I should work on today.
Okay. There should be another 4.
My new mum actually like yours.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I can hear them.
I thought I could
Good
hear
view,
them.
isn't it? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah,
It's good, isn't it, here? It really is.
it's live. It's live.
It's so close to them here as well.
I always got walk further down, but I thought, no, this is fair enough.
Otherwise, you'd be right underneath them.
Yeah,
You might not. I mean, just walking. Where did you go? Just a few metres down there?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's great there. If you go too close, you'd be right underneath. And you're
Yeah.
kind of, well, probably deafened.
I'd have been about 20 metres down.
Yeah, it's
No,
cool.
no.
Yeah, that's where me and Clay used to go. That's fun. Back in the days, taking the call. Right.
So when these have gone up, if you see me disappearing,
Yeah, that's fine, mate. Yeah, cool.
you know what I've done.
Yeah. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So we've got startups, and well, I think there are. I can hear them. You can probably hear it better on your devices at home or wherever it is that you're watching from. Yeah, so we've had 4 F-35Bs today, 2 doing a slow land, which was kind of cool, and then 2 vertical landings, which again is always a good sight, and such a great perspective from here. It's Teddy. Teddy, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted's quite excited there, like he normally does, bouncing around for joy, like he normally does. Thank you so much, everyone that's tuned in today. And who we got today? We got Margot, who's part of our spanner flight. Thank you so much for your super chat. A Guards March to you. Blaine Towers 5416, thanks a lot as well for the super chat. At Lossymouth today, got plenty of action on Monday, so Hoping for more today, but weather isn't ideal. Hope you get plenty of action today. Much love. Well, thank you very much, Blaine Towers. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Nathan, FF8SL, high five for that. Thank you so much for that generous super chat there. A Guards March to you. And wow, Brian Billman, high five, paw pump, a salute. And we'll give you a fly pass for that. Who's just gifted and made 20 Ted Coningsby members just now. He's gifted 20 Ted Coningsby memberships, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. That's really kind, because it's giving times and multiplying it 20 times. So for those that have been gifted the membership, please don't just cancel it. Do enjoy, do have a look at all the perks that you get with the Ted Coningsby membership, whichever level that you may have. It is really, I mean, you'll notice a lot of the members have 20, 30, even in the 40s months of membership. So Brian Beelman, thank you so much for that. Jojo Illot with 26 months of Ted Coningsby membership, a wonderful 26 months of the best channel on YouTube. Muriel Hudson with 21 months. Wow, what a time to tune in. Guards March to you. Lynx Rainbird, high five there. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is amazing. Guards March with a paw pump there. We'll give you a paw pump for that one. Acid Reflux, Teducation in full force. Thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March to you. Margot, thanks again for the super. A Guards March to you. Pat Galloway, Guards March. Awesome Teducation, Nikos. Thank you for your research. Well, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the Teducation. It is something I do, and you know, I'm very passionate about. It does take a lot of remembering and just trying to get it in a nice order and a flowing order. Gaz Wilk celebrating 14 months of membership, part of our posh officers, the best and most informative military aircraft show on YouTube. Thanks Ted, Nikos and Spannerfly. And that's the thing, this is live. I can't really rehearse this and just you know, do it in a very, you know, sterile way. It has to be fun as well and interactive. I don't have any sort of fancy CGI effects, although some people do claim that everything I do is AI. Okay, I'm sure the people here are quite real, but never mind. Thank you very much. Gary, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you. And yes, this is our first stream of the month, so it's quite nice. Gary M&S Meal for Nikos and Claire. Can never spell the name properly, sorry. No worries, Gary. High five, paw pump for that super chat. Thank you very much for your support. Guards March. Giraffe Nut 75. Hope you're well. Oh. Right, Teddy. Right, it's so you may have seen some FOD and runway checks done earlier. Very important, because stovall mode can do a bit more severe impact than leaf blowing, than a leaf blower. So they do need to have a little check for any situations on the runway.
Runway 41. Copy, you'll need a CNI reset on 41 for an SPCR.
Waiting for our F-35Bs to taxi. Just lit some citronella sticks. Just lit them up, the little incense sticks with citronella just to keep the bugs away. Gary, thank you so much again for your continued support. So if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're very close, as we said, literally just a handful away now from 134k, so we could do it later on today or tomorrow. It's very, very close. Looking forward to that. So if you haven't done so already and are loving the educational side of things, the historical content and our live shows around the country, I think our next show, we've got a bit of a different show coming up. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it all goes ahead. End of the month, live. We're going to be at Bruntingthorpe. I know. How cool is that? For a bit of English Electric Lightning and Canberra action. Not flying, sadly, but we'll get to see them or hear them. So looking forward to doing that. I am at Old Buckingham on the Sunday, but not live. And then after that, on the 1st of August, our next show is the East Kirkby Air Show, so looking forward to that. So we've got a few things to come up with show-wise. And then, mid-August, we're at Eastbourne, on a roof somewhere. I know. So we are literally full steam ahead, so looking forward to that. Neophyte 79, not anytime soon, I'm afraid. It takes quite a bit of planning, although I will look into it one day. I do need to make a few calls and, you know, just make sure we're okay to do that. Thanks a lot. Neophyte 79. One day, you never know, one day. Paul Electronics, oi oi to you. Got Elk Chocolate, Neophyte, thank you very much. Gary, Blocks, Lynx Rainbird, Margot. How many people in a runway caravan? Well, I would say minimum 2. I can't see them having just one for safety purposes, but I might be wrong. welcome Milk Chocolate. Alex Raven, oi oi to you. Absolutely, Margot. RAF Marham Tower. Good morning, good afternoon. How you doing? Well, it's nearly afternoon, but a big shout out to all the crew in the Marham Tower. Aspen, what up? Catherine Evans, Christopher Carr, how's it all going? Hope you're well. Welcome to Marham, and what a great spot this is. And as you probably heard, it's quieting down a little bit behind us with the traffic noise, but other than that, it's such a good spot. Really nice. There isn't an official viewing area, unfortunately, so for us it's either here or where our spot is, down by where the piggery is. Whew. Yeah, so I'll tell you what we'll do. This might work out quite nice, this plan. So we'll catch these departing and then catch them coming back. I think that's a good plan. Whichever's sooner. So 1600 local, that's our estimated time to finish. Or when these come back. That'll be a safe bet, because I know the views will be focusing, and I'm sure many of you in the country will be tuned into the TV for a particular football match today. So the aircraft are pooled. There's a terminology for you, pooled, or pool, as in a swimming pool. A pool is where you have an aircraft that's put in a pool where other squadrons can use it. So the F-35Bs here are pooled between the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. So if you see a 617 PWLS or, you know, the Prince of Wales on there, it can be used by the Royal Navy, and it can be used by any. Same with Coningsby's Typhoons, or Lossy Mouse Typhoons as well. There are some airframes that are in a pool where other squadrons and stations can use them. It's just the way it is. Yeah, so that I can talk about. So the F-35As, through the official sources such as the Royal Air Force, are destined to be with 207 Squadron, which is the operational conversion unit. This allows the crew more endurance, more flight time, as the F-35 has a longer range, so a longer radius, a longer range for the crew to operate it. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? So yeah, 207 for now, and who knows what happens after that, but that's where they're going. They're not going to a new squadron at the moment. We still need a few years yet before they arrive, but they are destined to be with 207 Squadron to give the new pilots a chance to operate the F-35 a lot longer. Okay, so more training for them.
Local 11, how many times have you been to the tanker?
So still waiting for them to taxi. Patience is the name of the game here. Some lovely views, by the way. So it looks like we've got F-35s taxiing now, finally. Right, here we go. Yeah, so the plan is we'll catch these, see them come back, and whatever's quicker between 1600 and their return. Of course, we have seen them before, been out for 3 to 4 hours before. It can happen. Okay, I'm waiting the engine, getting closer. Right, here we go. So the main runway 05 and 23 is concrete, but the 01 and 19 is actually made of the asphalt material. Slightly different. Both have their pros and cons. Here comes trouble. Just the one. Anymore, so it sounds like it's just that one. Yeah, the thrust to weight ratio is actually a little bit better on the F-35B than the other three, believe it or not. But then again, when you put it like that, I guess that does make sense, doesn't it? When you think about it, if it's got STOVL mode, it doesn't need a lot of fuel. It's 0.9 fully fueled, as opposed to 0.87 on the F-35A and 0.75 on the C. And although that sounds unbelievable at first, but if you think about it, it's got about 5,000 pounds less fuel. So when you add the empty weight, although it weighs a little bit more, you're looking at an empty weight. If you add some, if you fully fueled it, we're looking at about 45,000 pounds with fully fueled, whereas the F-35 is way more. The F-35A, you're looking at nearly sort of 30, 40, just trying to think, 47,000, sorry. 47,000 as opposed to 45, so it's just slightly better thrust to weight ratio. Right, so unfortunately it was just that one. It wasn't more than one. I thought we had the luck of maybe two, but just that one, I'm afraid. Oh, we've got one in that radio. So hopefully we get a couple more before we finish up. Afternoon, Sally Cullum. Oi oi to you. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And we've had 5 departures, 2 vertical landings and 2 slow landings, which were quite cool to see as well. That's just as impressive, and like a shipborne style rolling vertical landing, which is amazing. Used for when coming back heavy. Oh, hello. Sounds like we got a Cromwell aircraft. Cromwell 38 and Embraer Phenom. Oh.
Cromwell 38, what's your current heading?
Cromwell 38 currently heading 110.
Marham 3A. Are you familiar with Marham established?
Yes, I'm familiar with established Runway 3. I stand by for 60 seconds while I call.
Come on, dear.
So the Cranwell aircraft use Marham quite regularly for what's abbreviated as PD, a practice diversion. We do get quite a few practice diversions here, so it's always good to see in a form of touch and go, low approach, go around, or any other type Embraer Phenom from RAF Cranwell. Designated as the Phenom T1, which will train pilots that are streaming to the multi-engine, so the likes of the A400 and C-17. So it's used to train pilots, mission aircrew and airborne specialists as well. So they'll use the platform Embraer Phenom, which is the multi-engine pilot training that replaced the King Air B200, operates out of our RAF Cranwell. Powered by two Pratt & Whitney Canada PW617F turbofans, rated at 1,695 pounds of thrust. And it flies with 45 Squadron. No, oh no. Oh no. Of all the days. Oh dear.
I thought there was somebody still outside. I thought, yes, we're on. I get somebody just having a seat.
How odd! I've never seen it not open. It's always busy with the personnel here. They go and get their stuff from there. Oh well, we got. I can hear more engines, but there's an Embraer Phenom from Cranwell coming in for a PD.
It'll have to be a Greg's on the way back.
Yeah, it'll be alright. Good kebab shop at Marham as well.
Is it?
Oh, got amazing pizzas and kebabs at Donato's. So yeah, you just
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's good there. Just keep going down there. It's amazing.
Because I forgot to turn for the signal.
Yeah, you probably would have seen it.
I kept going.
Martin Kirkland, Tasman, oi oi to you as well. Yeah, so we had 2 vertical landings and 2 slow lands. They were really cool, and you do get to see the landings quite well here, to be honest, and especially the approaches. Goodness me, the lighting and everything that goes with it, and it's certainly an earwax cleanser. We got, looks like Prefect 28 is also possible Prefect as well to go with that. That flies with 57 Squadron, again at Cranwell. It's on long final now, be on initial and do its thing. Here we go, let me just see if I can spot it.
Good flight, Prefect.
Yep, so it looks like we've got the Prefect as well coming in, as well as the RAF Phenom. Both operate at RAF Cranwell. Okay, here we go. Alright, it's on initial for now. So now for the Prefect. Gonna have a look for that Prefect, see if it's still in the circuit.
Come on, 38, standing upwards.
It is, yep, it's coming round now actually. Got visual on it now. Okay, so it looks like we've got a bit of Cranwell. Clear to land. A little bit of crosswind there, wasn't there? So whether they're multi-engine, rotary, fast jet, they will fly the Prefect, yes, before going to Shawbury. If it's going to be rotary, they will still need to learn to fly, and that will be training on the Prefect, which landed earlier. And that will be more for both Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. The Army Air Corps side of things, I believe they do their own, using the tutor or the Prefect. I think it's the tutor. Now, on a bit of a grey area for me. Not grey area, sorry. Bit what's the word I'm looking for? Not I don't know 100% on the Army Air Corps direct route. Whether they, I remember going to, was it? Do they have any at Middle Wallop? Any Grob tutors? Maybe. Anyway. See, I thought I could hear F-35s running. I wonder if they're flexing. That's why I'm getting a bit excited. It would have been nice to get more F-35s, but we'll see. Listen to that. Pratt & Whitney Canada 617F. So, all being well for this pilot, they will go to 24 Squadron at Bryce Norton to convert, all being well, and be qualified and trained on the A400s and the C-17, for example. It's got a similar layout to the A400, the Embraer Phenom, which is why they chose that. What a lovely sounding engine. Thanks, Dieter. just leave it like that. That looks such a beautiful shot that you get to appreciate the climb rate on it as well. That's quite nice. Well, I thought I could hear F-35Bs in the background. I can still hear something, but no idea what's going on. Like I said, it could be flexing. I can hear it, but been doing that for a while. Oh yeah. I think there is an F-35B hopefully taxiing out shortly. It's part of the Bolt flight. Yeah. Yeah, there is one. It's taxiing. Yay! So our 6 F-35B is taxiing out shortly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Can you just go to the GPS page and double check what date it says there? Let me know. Okay, and on the GPS sub-level of the INS page, what date is the break? Confirm those dates there. And low time. Roger. Two options, cold iron or what worked for me with a similar problem yesterday was to put the ship back into the net, retight the date and time, put it back to nav, and then set CNI.
Oh, I love that noise. Here we go. Right. Okay, so we've got an F-35B taxiing out. We should, it's getting louder, so we should see it in just a few moments. That lovely Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600 engine. Where are you? Huh? No, that's a car. Let's have a looky here now. Everyone having a good time there now. All right, let's go. Come on. Who are you? It's getting louder. Here we go. Oh, the Embraer Phenom's coming round again. Now, if it's the pilot I think it is in this F-35, then expect some interesting departure. Come on, here he is. What a shot! We got another one. Yeah, look at it. And we got another one in now. Pratt & Whitney make exceedingly good engines. Ding dong! What was that? Now there are a couple of exchange pilots here from the US and from down under, from Australia. I know, Australia. Right, here we go. Australia, home of Down the Twist, Crocodile Dundee, and Mick Taylor. Right, what's going on here? F-35B number 7, here we go, send it. Well, that's all the Pratt & Whitney noise gone now. Don't want any more spooling. Thanks a lot to Acid Reflux, sorry. How you doing? Thank you very much. Ian McGaddy, how you doing? Oi to you. LEJ Approach, Simon Watch on. Millennium Max, Fritz, Mayhem Marshy, Simon Watch on. How are we all doing? Thanks for all tuning in. Yeah, the F-35Bs here they don't really need to use it. They are Stovall aircraft after all. However, I got a feeling they could be just awaiting some a bit of TLC on the runway. I think maybe it's due for a refurb before they start destroying it. So maybe in a few months, maybe next year, I don't know. Maybe they just need a little refurb on the runway. But I think generally the F-35B doesn't really need to use it, being a Stovall mechanism jet. Right, well, we have had 2 vertical landings today. So that's 3 F-35Bs airborne currently. Let's see what we're going to get. you are a member of the Ted Coningsby channel, don't forget you can get access to our Ted Coningsby Discord server, our members only Discord server, so you can chat to other Ted Coningsby fans and discuss things like frequencies, photography advice, plane spotting advice, that will, and some good old general TCS chit chat.
You've reached the limit of my knowledge on it. What's your, so what do you say, like another half hour take off from here? What's your take off time to take it along?
Let's get a cutscene. It's a bit windy bend now. What's this noise? Stop making this noise. Who are you? Huh? How you doing, man?
You're breaking me up. Hey,
What's that, buddy? Oh, yes, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's cool, isn't it? I love that one. I thought it's about time. I think he's got a thing for it, so it's got to be done.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's 3. And then when these 3 come back, I think I'm going to finish up.
I don't think any more will go on.
But you never know.
No, you don't. You don't. You do.
No, not here. Having a quick cup of tea. Spicy wedges. That's cool. Oh, yeah, 150k sounds brilliant. Imagine getting 150k. Was a big butterfly. Goodness me, I didn't realise they were that big. Well, I nearly had a butterfly strike. You've heard of bird strikes, but a butterfly strike in the mush. I want to get a butterfly in the mush. A butterfly in the mush. Well, thanks for all your support. We have just had news that we have hit 134,000 subscribers. So that is an awesome achievement. Ted, well done, mate. A young bear that's reached 134,000 subscribers. Well done, Teddy. Ted getting excited at reaching 134k. Ted, calm down, mate. I know. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Congratulations, 134,000 subscribers. Guards march to you. Acid Reflux 2182, high five paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards march to you. Simon Watchorn, high five Guards march. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march. Acid Reflux 2182, thanks a lot for the super chat. Starting a petition to change Davy's name to Grandad Davy. Well, congratulations, Davy. That's definitely on, and thank you very much to Acid Reflux for that super chat. Gary, high five, paw pump, thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards march to you. Christopher Carr celebrating 38 months of Ted Coningsby membership. Keep up the hard work, Nikos and Ted. Guards march. Paul Electronics celebrating 22 months of Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks again, Nikos and Ted, for your live stream. Oh yeah. Bow, bow, bow. There's a lot of rumbling going on up there. So now it's just a waiting game now for the F-35Bs to return. When that will be, who knows? But they certainly sound like they're operating above. Sounds like I can hear another one started up. Everyone for the kind words. Dieter, Alex Raven, Don Castellash, Jojo Illot. How's it all going? Hope you're all well. Mayhem Marshy, Simon Watchman, Spicy Wedges, Christopher Neal. And yes, we will be at Eastbourne on a roof somewhere. Watch this space. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to it. Always always feels like a holiday when we do that and stuff like that. I do miss Bournemouth, and it's a shame when they start messing around with air shows like that. It is a shame, because how else are you supposed to inspire the future generation? Air shows are a fundamental core for employment as well as national interests and inspiring our future generation, from ground to the skies, from land and the sea as well. So it is a really important thing that they keep them going, but you know, state of the world, right? State of the world, what can you do? But we just got to keep positive. I'm sure if I did a petition to get a vote in with our 134,000 signatures, we can practically do anything. But there you go. That's going in the realms of the political side of things, but just saying, Ted for PM, just saying. Yeah, Ted's got it quite simple, really. Ted's going to knock down all the new housing estates. He's going to knock them down. He's going to and rebuild the lost airfields, rebuild the RAF stations. He's going to rebuild them, put them back. So sorry, buy new housing estates that were built, the pop-up pocket ones. Goodbye. Don't need them. We need the likes of the Tornado, Vulcan. We need the Canberra. We need the English Electric Lightning, Jaguar. We need the C-130. We need them all. Bring them all back. Yeah. Okay, I'm now going into the realms of my silly moods now, so brace yourselves. It's happening. I'm afraid I'm in my silly mood now. I don't know what happened. Just too much tea. But the funny thing is, I don't know anyone on here that would disagree, so I can hear him rumbling the skies.
Seat.
Yeah, so everyone does ask the question, what is in the tea? Yes, so I have my own special brew. It is a concoction of all the latest and greatest brands. And they all go in one big giant pot. And I pick 3 tea bags at random in this pot. It's a bit like the National Lottery, but for tea bags. You know what I mean, mate? Yeah, you pick them out, you put them in the flask and see what happens. And I think there is a variety of 3 that I'm not sure if they're legally allowed to be together. And then they create a sort of like a, you know, nice sounds above the skies. our F-35Bs just operating over the block. So they're not far. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, looking for a visual recovery, here we go. Right, so we do have F-35Bs returning. I can even hear F-35Bs spooling, or at least one engine in the distance there. Port Barnaby, how you doing? Hope you're good. No, I don't really have biscuits. I'm more of a savoury kind of person. So, Christmas parties through the times gone by, you know, everyone will have their, you know, we get a 3-course meal, you know, everyone has their desserts. I used to have a starter for my dessert. I know. So, like a skewer of chicken skewers or chips. I know. Kebabs, you know, that kind of thing with my tea. You see him yet? Yeah, any minute now. Yeah, they should be coming in a minute.
No, what I meant was no hairs. You can see lucky ones.
Planning to turn, I was just worried about the gap of cloud for you. Yeah, no, sorry, I was clubbing there, that's my bad.
Sounds like an A400 or something nearby. Yeah, it is. Grizzly. The grizzly bear. Yep. Here we go. Ding. Oh yeah. Looking good. That's 2 ship coming in. Here we go. Is one going to initiate their rolls of rice? Let's have a look. Let's turn around. No, a sea toll. And that is another benefit of being in this little spot, is the fact that if they do a conventional landing, we can see the whole thing. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Hope to see you tomorrow, man. Now, prawn cocktail does get mentioned quite a lot here. I use that in my terminology for things that are sharp. Prawn cocktail. Yes, I do like prawn cocktail. Sometimes things are sharper than a prawn cocktail with extra vinegar, paprika, and a slice of wasabi. And some extra vinegar and Tabasco. That's sharp. With a bit of lime. Right, I think what I'll do, I'll have one more cup of tea and then we'll call it a day. Sounds like a plan, Stan. By the way, I ain't even been on the show yet. It's my own show, I ain't even been on. I have to go and get the pocket chair, innit? How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I haven't left myself any room up here. It's a bit of a dive down there, but you know, if I feel like going swimming, practicing a few dives. I mean, Tom Cruise does his own stunts and Jackie Chan. Don't see why I can't, innit? You know how it is, Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to visit the tedconingsby.co.uk website to get yourself some of the official Ted Coningsby merchandise. You know it is. You know it is. Proper. Yeah, I'm just going to go and grab one of my random cups of tea and then we'll see what happens with the F-35B. Don't you see? Right, what's going on with this diesel engine? Why are there lots of diesel engines suddenly? Turn them off, save the planet, have more Pratt & Whitney. You know it is. Right, be right back. Oh. Travel full, oh gosh. Lao ôi ôi. That is a lovely cup of tea, Jackie. Right, what else we got here now? Right. Runway 45 is coming, I think. Let's have a look at Runway 45. Oh yes, looking fresh. Where are you watching the match tonight? Easy there, easy. Easy on the football discussions, please. This is not that type of channel. Frank Spencer.
Number 45, visual in the field.
Channel 45, signal navigation.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? We'll probably finish up in just a moment. Tess just having some Voss. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Hope you've enjoyed it. We've had, what do we have? 7 departures. 6 have returned. 2 were vertical landings and 2 were slow landings, which were pretty awesome. So it's been pretty good. So yeah, we'll be in good time if we finish up.
Channel 45, please depart the details for a few seconds. Channel 45, just on completion of your circuits, depart runway track by flight with 100. Retain score contact me on this frequency.
On departure, runway track flight level 100, retain squawk and contact you on this Cromwell 45.
Cromwell 45, read back correct. Continue Marham Tower 278.175.
Marham Tower, speak to you soon. Thanks, Cromwell 45. Thank you. 5, request join through initial 1022 set. Join runway 23, Cromwell 45. Request service. Level 45, so it's 27011 knots. 45, thanks. Cromwell 45 initial. Cromwell 45.
Okay, Cromwell 45. initial. Oh. Trying to figure out if I heard another Pratt Whitney engine or whether that's just shut down. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much. Yeah, I might finish up, Ted. Should we finish up? Should we just see one approach from the Embraer Phenom?
Cromwell 45, downwind, touch and go.
There you go, we'll get a touch and go there. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Thank you very much for the super chat there. Cards march to you. Oh, we've got pasta tonight, Ted. Ted's got salmon, I've got pasta. What's that? Ted wants to wave to all the RAF Marham crew. Hope you're all good in there. Those in the guard room as well. Air traffic control, armourers, pilots, squadrons, pilots, ground crew. Where are you going to? Oh, I see. So he wants to get a little view of the. Ted wants to do some photography. He's got his little camera out, I think. Ted, the photographer there. Spot for the approaches though, isn't it? You've got to admit, it's pretty cool. The road's not that bad, and it is behind us. Ooh, amateur hour. For me, that is not the pilot. Sorry, that's for me. I left it on auto. I like my manual focus. I might just do one more approach from the Embraer Phenom. One more while we're here, and then we'll finish up. How's that? It's always nice. I'll just see this go around, and I'm heading off. I hope you've enjoyed today. It's certainly been good fun. It's always good fun on here, regardless, you know, whether it's busy or not. It really doesn't matter. Like I said, I'll always compare it to the Mildenhall stream where we had 1,000 of you tuned in all day, 7 hours for just one takeoff. That was it. And that is a true testament to the channel, because the community makes it. It's what you make it. You've made it this way. You've made it the fun community that it is. It's just always a good laugh. So in fairness, aviation channel or not, it's a community channel now, isn't it? It's more of a family really than a channel. It's just, I always go back to that. I will always refer back to that. Okay, our last movement of the day then. Let's make it from RAF Cranwell 45 Squadron with the Embraer Phenom on a multi-engine stream aircraft for our future generation of aircrew as well as the pilots. Here we go. Horrific, doesn't it? Touch and go coming up. Nice way to end the stream. Nice little transition there from Marham to Cranwell. Nicely done, and hope you all enjoyed today. Let's move this over here a little bit, Teddy. Let's get a bit more room up here. I have really secured it nicely up here so that we don't fall off. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. And well, how we doing? Hope we're all good and well. How much room have I got up here? Show off the t-shirt, don't forget. Official merchandise. Go and get some, you know how it is. Right, hope you've enjoyed today. It's been good fun. It's been a chilled out stream here at Marham. And so, first of all, RAF Marham, thank you for what you do. Our viewers, hope you're all good and well, and hopefully we'll catch you on the next one. Hopefully we've got 2 more shows to do this week, and looking forward to that as well. God, there's bugs everywhere, look at them all. Ted, get it, mate. What is that bug on that screen? Get rid of it. What is that? Don't know. Looks like a bit of... don't know what that is. But anyway, right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you've enjoyed the show. We've had 2 vertical landings today, which is all good. And yeah, what a lovely day it's been. So, our members, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and hopefully all of our viewers have hit the subscribe button. We've reached 134k today, and we've got 2 more shows to do to finish up this exciting week, and we'll see what we're going to catch. And that's the beauty of military plane spotting. You don't know what's going to happen. You turn up and hope for the best and see what happens. But how cool is that? Ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. Don't forget to check out tedconingsby.co.uk. Do support the channel. Do check out the retail therapy side of things on the TCS. And if you remember, come and join us on the Ted Coningsby members-only Discord server as well, if you remember. You do have access to that as well. Go away. Is that another wasp? Seriously? Get... Right, that's it. I don't know, must be the aftershave and that. But anyway, right, well, thank you very much. So RAF Marham, thank you very much for what you do, and our members, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and all the people that have hit the like today, thank you so much, and those who've subscribed. Right, I think that's it, Teddy. We're all good. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is come on England, see ya. Arr. No preference on team there, but you know, just thought I'd throw that in. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.